Recording in progress.
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:01 p.m. and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 3 on the agenda. Mr. Superintendent, are there any blue cards on these items?
There are not.
Thank you very much. Then I will close the public comment and recess into closed session. All right. I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 6:03 p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Let's quiet it down.
Waterfall.
Shh. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We encourage you to attend the meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comment on items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel safe, welcome, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. All right, I'd like to hand it off to our newest board member for the land acknowledgement.
Thank you. EGUSD land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District Administration facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters, where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and the people who share it. May our daily lives and work, teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners of the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And for the pledge, Ms. Davis.
Okay, Anna Kirchgater Elementary School is honored to recognize Thank you. Anna Kirchgater Elementary School is honored to recognize Miss Matisha Heidelberg as our education partner. For the past 4 years, Matisha has served as a dedicated yard supervisor, playing a vital role in fostering a safe, supportive, and positive environment for our students. Her passion for working with children is evident in her daily interactions as she helps create a welcoming and caring space for all. Beyond her role at Kirchgater, Matisha is a proud and engaged parent. Her deep connection to our school community is reflected in her children, Ermani Smart, a current 5th grade student at Kirchgater, Khalil Smart, a former student now thriving as a 9th grader. Matisha's commitment to student success extends beyond the school day. She coaches the cheerleading teams at both Anna Kirchgater Elementary and James Rudder Middle School, where she also leads the drill team. Additionally, she is an active member of the Black Student Union, helping to cultivate a diverse, inclusive, and empowering school culture. We are grateful for Matisha Heidelberg's unwavering dedication and positive impact on the students, staff, and families of Anna Kirchgater Elementary School.
Everyone, please stand. Place your right hand above your heart or on your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Want me to go over here?
Thank you very much. Now, before we get into our wonderful regular student regional report, we have a special recognition. Dr. Coates.
I don't think so. There we go. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and the community that's here. I'm excited tonight to bring this item forward. We are going to request the Pleasant Grove High School staff and community have requested to name the gymnasium after Mr. Frank Lucia. In just a moment, Mr. Chad Schweitzer is going to come up and provide more information about his really remarkable service to the district. This is consistent with board policy and administrative regulations 7511, where community and staff members from the Pleasant Grove High School have put in the request, and we bring it forward tonight for consideration. So with that, I'll bring in Mr. Schweitzer.
Good evening. It's with much pride that student, staff, and members of the Pleasant Grove High School community would like to dedicate the gymnasium to the school's founding principal, Mr. Frank Lucia. Frank dedicated 35 years to the Elk Grove Unified School District, serving from 1974 until his retirement in 2009. His career began at Joseph Kerr Middle School, where he taught science and coached baseball and football from 1974 to 1977. He then spent 20 years at Valley High School, where he held numerous roles, including science and physical education teacher, athletic director, coach, vice principal, and eventually the principal of Valley High School. During his tenure, he spearheaded the implementation of Northern California's first AVID program, helping hundreds of students access higher education. In 1997, Frank was appointed principal of Elk Grove High School, where he served for several years. His success there led to the opportunity to become the founding principal of Pleasant Grove High School in 2004. Over the following year, he selected faculty, designed innovative programs such as specialized academies, and established the senior portfolio program. Under his leadership, Pleasant Grove opened in the fall of 2005, quickly earning a reputation for academic excellence, athletic achievement, and a positive school culture. Many of the traditions, programs, and values that he championed remain central to the school's identity today. With us tonight, we have former Pleasant Grove High School Principal Tegan Keplinger, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Chad. I'm truly honored to be here this evening to share a little bit about the legacy of my mentor and friend, Mr. Frank Lucia. I've had the privilege of working with Mr. Lucia. We first met 21 years ago when he hired me as his special education department chair at the new high school, Pleasant Grove High School. From the very beginning, we all saw that Mr. Lucia had a clear and inspiring vision for the new high school community he was creating. It was based on inclusion, collaboration, academic and athletic excellence, and eagle pride. And what truly stood out to us was the way he brought this vision to life through his ethical and collaborative leadership, coupled with his charismatic personality, helping him to connect with everyone around him. One of the most remarkable aspects of Mr. Lucia's leadership is the lasting impact he has had on the Pleasant Grove High School culture. He made inclusion a top priority, ensuring that every student feels a sense of belonging at Pleasant Grove High School. Under Mr. Lucia's leadership, collaboration among the staff was a key element. He created a steering committee, which still exists today, made up of department chairs, the administrative team, and program and academy directors. This ensured that all voices were heard in the decision-making process, which not only fostered a sense of shared responsibility, but also a commitment to the school's success. Mr. Lucia introduced school-wide initiatives, including the high school portfolio, tied to community service requirements, encouraging students to reflect upon their education while being active participants in their communities. These initiatives still impact the way Pleasant Grove High School students approach their learning and community engagement to this day. One of the most visible tributes to Mr. Lucia is reflected in the flock, the rowdy student section that leads the cheering at PGHS athletic events, as well as at the quarterly rallies where the gym is packed with students and the PGHS spirit and Eagle pride is always on full display. The foundation of inclusion that Mr. Lucia built at Pleasant Grove High School still is strong today and is a testament to his foresight and dedication that this culture of belonging continues to thrive, benefiting both students and staff alike. And Mr. Lucia has a few words to share with you.
Wow, this is quite an honor. President Vargas, members of the Board of Education, and Superintendent Hoffman. Love saying that Mr. Hoffman was a former student of mine. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for this recognition. It's totally unexpected. And to Tegan, I just want to make it clear, this is about the main gym, not the small gym. Okay. I want to thank Tegan and the staff at Pleasant Grove High School for their time, energy, and effort to bring this proposal tonight to the board. It is quite an honor. I'm very grateful, very appreciative, and again, very humbled by the proposal. At this time, I'd like to introduce my wife, Nancy Lucia. Nancy and I started our careers together at Kerr in 1973. We were hired she worked for 36 years, and she ended her career as the Associate Superintendent of Student Services, which is an example of how fortunate we were to be hired in this school district at that time with one high school, two middle schools, and things were starting to grow, and we took every opportunity we could to increase our opportunities to work with a variety of people in the school district. So again, thank you so much for your consideration to put my name up on the gym of Pleasant Grove High School, a very, very special place for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tegan and Frank. It's clear, Frank, that you truly have made a difference for the students and staff in the Pleasant Grove region and community. With that, tonight, the board is requested to approve the naming of the Pleasant Grove High School Gymnasium after Mr. Frank Lucia.
So moved. I want to move it right now.
We'll get there. Give me a second. Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer, and thank you, Mr. Lucia, for your decades of service, and also Nancy, thank you as well for your decades of service to the district. We really are incredibly lucky. Okay, before we get to that, Ms. Ballerini, are there any blue cards on this item?
Mr. Vargas, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. All right. With that, I will entertain a motion to approve the naming of the gymnasium at Pleasant Grove High School, the Frank Lucia Gymnasium.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Chin. Any board members like to be heard on this? All right. Then we will move to the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we move to our student regional report. Are we doing a picture? Oh, we're doing a picture first. Hold on. I'll turn it on. Let's wait for the picture. Mr. There we go. So just you can click. You guys are first. All right, with that, let's move on to our student regional report, Franklin Region and Elk Grove Charter.
Good evening, Board President Vargas, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Sierra Riley.
My name is Kian Howdegi.
We are both seniors, and we have been attending Elk Grove Charter for many years.
Tonight, we represent the Franklin region. 5 elementary schools, Arlene Hine, Carroll, Franklin, Helen Carr Costello, and Stone Lake, 1 middle school, Toby Johnson, 1 high school, Franklin, and our own 7 through 12 alternative site.
Elk Grove Charter was created in 1999 in Old Oak Grove. In 2010, we moved to the Franklin area where we are now. Our school offers a hybrid program of independent study along with regular on-campus classes. With this flexibility, our students are offered opportunities for dual enrollment and provided a college prep program that offers A through G, NCAA, AP, and college prep coursework. Students are able to earn their A through G high school credits along with earning early college credit.
Students choose Elk Grove Charter in search for a small school environment and flexibility in their schoolwork and schedules. And we still find academic rigor. Our alternative structure accommodates students wishing to graduate early, earn college credits, or make up classes. We also attract athletes and performers who need flexibility to travel and train. I attend Elk Grove Charter School because I can spend less time in a classroom and still meet A to G requirements. I appreciate one-on-one meetings with my teacher to build my individualized study plan, supportive staff, passionate administrators, and our hands-on counselor, Lisa Valenzuela.
I chose Elk Grove Charter School because it offers a balance between high school and college level work. The flexibility of our hybrid program allows me to take college classes and still be fully engaged with my high school courses. This unique opportunity enabled me to get a jump start on my college career by earning college credit and allowing me to adjust to the college level experience. Lastly, I would like to take a moment to highlight our accomplishments this year and what we look forward to. This year, we will be able to have our 2nd annual car show, along with field trips to colleges like UC Berkeley and Sac State, and our senior trip to Quarry Park Adventure. We also had an awards night where we congratulated our students with 3.5 GPAs or higher. Lastly, we are looking forward to having our annual end-of-the-year carnival and celebrating our graduating class of 2025 at graduation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Flynn, and I have been an NEHS member at Arlene Hine for 2 years in a row. I'm here today to talk about the positive influences of my NEHS chapter. Last year, my NEHS chapter hosted 34 strong leadership training sessions for its members. This was a fun and interesting way for us to learn about our leadership strengths and how to use them. Throughout the year, NEHS members can also volunteer at various school events, such as movie days and the cultural parade. Volunteers can learn even more about teamwork and leadership during these events. During this time, NEHS has taught me a lot, such as how to be more responsible and organized. It has also helped me to make lots of new friends and connect with more people. My hope is that this has also been a great way for me to learn more about teamwork. My hope is that this year, NEHS can support even more people through our 4 pillars: leadership, scholarship, responsibility, and service. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evan Jones. I have been attending Arlene Hine Elementary since kindergarten. Over the years, I've enjoyed getting to know my teachers and other staff members because they have helped students and myself stay safe and motivated about school. I have learned so much from them. For example, my teacher, Miss Berry, is an excellent teacher. Although she is new to Arlene Hine, she has prepared me well for middle school, especially with math, history, and writing concepts. She's just an amazing teacher. I also have a passion for music. Arlene Hine has a great school band. I play the alto saxophone, and this is my 2nd year in band. We practice after school, and our band teacher is Mr. Isaac. Playing in a band is like being on a team because it takes a lot of hard work and dedication. It's great fun being in band. I am so thankful for the Arlene Hine staff for making my experience here at the school a memorable and special one. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dalia Salman, and I'm a 5th grader at Carroll Elementary. Carroll has a lot of after-school activities that students can join. I truly believe there's something for everyone. If you like writing, you can join the Carroll Chronicle and help write the Carroll newsletter with Mr. Stoltz. If you're into sports, the students can join basketball, volleyball, or our track team. Our school also participates in the Running for Rep 5K and has practices to get them ready too. If you are an artsy person, there's an after-school drawing class, or they can participate in the winter choir or spring musical with Miss Hickman. Our school band is also pretty cool if you want to play an instrument. We also have the Kindness Club for those looking to spread kindness throughout our campus. But one of the most fun things at Carroll is the Character Strong rally that we have on track change days. We learn a song, dance, and discuss the meaning of certain character traits, like respect, kindness, and creativity. Last, Carroll Elementary has a Student Equity Council, which I'll let my friends Janaya and Serenity talk to you about. Thank you for your time.
Hello, we're Janaya and Serenity, and we're in the Student Equity Council at Carroll Elementary. Student Equity Council, or SEC, is a group of 4th, 5th, and 6th graders who help the school to get better. We focus on cultures, Heritage Month, and kindness to everyone, so that everyone feels like they belong.
We celebrated the 2nd annual Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day in November with special guest speaker Elk Grove Mayor Bobby Singh Allen. Afterwards, she read to us the SEC, Miss Galapon's 4th graders, and the reading buddies in Miss Gagne's class.
We're planning the 1st annual Multicultural Day, which you are all invited to attend as our special guest. On March 21st, we'll have a rally at 8:30 a.m. and learn about the many cultures of Carroll Elementary.
Thank you.
And feel free to come up closer to get photos. You'll have to do it from the back of the room.
Hello, our names are Aaron Navarra and
Daniel Henschel.
And we represent Costello Elementary, home of the Cougars. Our school is rich with diversity, and we work hard to celebrate what makes each of us unique. On the 28th of February, we'll have our annual multicultural event where parents and students set up booths to teach others about their culture. We'll also have 11 different community groups performing pieces at this event, ranging from the hula to the lion dance. As you probably know, Ramadan is coming up at the end of this month, and Costello has many staff members and students who observe Ramadan. For years, our school has offered a quiet prayer space and alternative recess activities for students during this month. We also have many families who observe Nowruz, which is the Persian New Year, and several classes have had presentations to learn about this holiday.
Beyond our cultural diversity, we also have a strong academic program at Costello Elementary. Each day, every student rotates to another classroom between 1:30 and 2 p.m. for win time in order to receive instruction specific to our needs. I'm in a group focusing on character development and plot. We also have Mrs. Caldwell, our academic intervention teacher, who works with students in grades kindergarten through second on specific reading skills teachers help identify. Lastly, both Aaron and I are both on our school's leadership program. We had to submit an application and be chosen for this group, and our current leaders work with younger students at recess times, create posters for spirit events, and most recently collected and gave out candygrams on Valentine's Day. We're proud to be a part of the Costello Ohana, and as Mrs. Jones says every night in her Friday phone call home to our families, every day is a great day to be a Cougar. Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Josiah.
And my name is Emily.
We are proud students that attend Stone Lake Elementary, and we also represent our school's NEHS. We are here today to share why we are proud students of Stone Lake Elementary School and some things that make our school a special place to be.
As soon as you walk on our campus, you are greeted with a giant mural that states, "Soaring like hawks." What does it mean to be hawks at Stone Lake? That question is answered as you walk further onto our campus. There are murals on each individual building that say hardworking, accountable, wise, kind, and safe. That is our PBIS motto, and those are the words that we strive to be each day.
We're rewarded when the adults on campus see us being hawks. That reward is the coveted blue ticket, also known as our Hawks tickets. Those tickets give us a chance to go to the prize trolley each and every Friday. Hawks tickets give us a chance to attend our monthly Hawks parties that our wonderful VP, Mrs. Bond, puts together. Hopefully that gives you all an idea of what it means to be a Hawk at Stone Lake.
As Hawks, we have so much to be proud of. Our CASP scores consistently rank our school among the highest in the district in both ELA and math. With our hard work, the support of our parents, and the dedication of our teachers, this academic success is something we are really proud of. However, we know that some students need extra support on their academic journey, and at our school, we have a team of teachers that support students, like our amazing academic intervention teacher, Mrs. Glazier. We are so proud of all our teachers and staff that help us to be the best Hawks that we can be.
The staff at Stone Lake does so much more than teach math, science, and social studies. They provide us with other opportunities to learn and grow. VAPA is alive and well at Stone Lake. Over 30 students participate in our amazing Stone Lake band. We also have many students that participate in the Young Rembrandts Club after school. And our spring theater performances are always exciting. Speaking of theater, we are definitely looking forward to the theater and arts and dance classes that will be starting soon thanks to the arts and music in school's funding.
At Stone Lake, we are also extremely proud of the clubs that we have for our students. Stone Lake students are able to participate in our BSU, our Rainbow Club, our Stone Lake Gazette, and our NEHS. Stone Lake students also enjoy participating on sports teams like the boys and girls basketball teams, our co-ed volleyball team, our Running for Rec Club, and our track and field team. There is so much to do at Stone Lake, and we are thankful for all the opportunities our teachers, PTO, and parent volunteers provide for us outside of the classrooms.
Speaking of PTO, we would simply not be the amazing place it is without Stone Lake PTO. They organize our fall festival, Apex Fun Run, ice cream social, Valentine's dance, skate nights, and so many other events. We want the board to know how proud we are of our PTO and all that they do for us.
Overall, being a student at Stone Lake is special because we are a part of a community that loves us, cares for us, and genuinely wants to see us grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Betty, and tonight I will be sharing what we celebrate and are looking forward to at Toby. Out of all the fun events and fundraisers we do at Toby, the main priority is trying to make everyone feel involved or find a sense of belonging while they're at school using PBIS. We love to have as much fun as possible, and a good example of that was our welcome dance and our winter dance coming up this Friday. Celebrating students for good grades and behavior is very important as well. Every Friday, we pull JAG swag to recognize students demonstrating our core values. Every month, we have Student of the Month, and every teacher picks a kid from each class to get a prize as a reward for good behavior. Another celebration is if you have no missing assignments. We like to call it No Zero Hero. Leadership students put together rallies every few months. Similar to rallies, we also have assemblies. Assemblies are more informational, and our most recent one was One Pill Can Kill, teaching our students about the dangers of fentanyls, which are fake pills that contain a deadly amount of fentanyl. We like to show school spirit at our rallies or whenever there's a holiday. Leadership students organize Spirit Week, where students can dress up, scan their ID to show participation like they do every Wednesday. Now, sports. All of our teams have been successful in their season this year. 2 of our wrestling students got the title district champion, and many came close. We have many other programs as well. The Jaguar Theater program performed Into the Woods Junior for all of our students and staff. TJTV is our morning news broadcast, which is completely student run. Toby is the only middle school in our district to have all 3 bands: jazz, concert, and marching band. All 3 of them are award winning. Our Cyber Patriot team was one of the 3 teams to make it to nationals this year. We recently had a special virtual author visit from none other than Rex Ogle. Rex Ogle is the author of our current 8th grade bridge novel, Free Lunch. He did a virtual Q&A with our students after school in January. Looking ahead, our 8th graders have a field trip to Six Flags next month on a Saturday. It's not just current Toby students we welcome. Our incoming 7th graders have a chance to get involved by coming to our annual ice cream social in May for a chance to explore campus and get a delicious treat. We love to welcome everyone, including parents. Every once in a while, we invite all of our parents on campus to eat lunch with their students at Loved Ones on the Lawn. I'm proud to be a Jaguar and grateful for the chance to share a glimpse of what we love to do at Toby with all of you. Go Jags!
Good evening, President Michael Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Anoshka Vyas. Franklin has had a very busy first semester, and I am excited to update you all on the exciting events we have held and planned at Franklin, as well as our progress in school spirit and academics. Our students at Franklin have remained committed to achieving academic excellence during their time at Franklin. Our chapter of National Honor Society brought in new ranks of students to demonstrate leadership and academic excellence while providing community service. We inducted over 100 new members this year at our induction ceremony a couple of months ago. The marking point, however, of Franklin's academics was November 30th, the due date for a majority of college applications. Franklin has provided workshops, a college and career fair, as well as arranged for college representatives to present to students from universities such as Columbia, UCLA, UCSD, Sac State, and many more. With these programs in place, we have helped our seniors work toward showing their best on their college applications. Our associated student body has worked hard to support and nurture our learning environment in Franklin. One way they have done so is through awarding students with a 3.5 or higher GPA with a barbecue lunch, a tradition that many of our students enjoy.
This year, we had over 1,400 students qualify for our barbecue. Congratulations to our students for their continued academic success. Our STEAM pathways in visual performing arts at Franklin have also proved to be engaging, as more of our students are able to explore their interests in areas such as computer programming, engineering, arts, and develop many diverse skill sets. Within our VAPA programs, we have had many successful plays and shows carried out by our own students, such as Fusion's main stage performance, Vocals Winter Concert, and Franklin Theater Company's upcoming spring musical, Little Women. Franklin has provided a diverse array of athletic opportunities for our students. This school year was the first for our recently added girls flag football team. Our fall sports teams did an outstanding job of paving the way for our athletic success this year. Every week, we additionally aim to highlight the top players of each of our sports teams to recognize their athletic accomplishments. We would also like to congratulate our men's and women's soccer teams who won the Delta League Championship this year. Great job, Wildcats! Our athletic commits this year have shown dedication and resilience to their sports while being at Franklin. We have had 10 students from the class of 2025 who have committed to colleges, including Yale, UCSB, Cal Poly, and UCI. Congratulations to our athletes. Our clubs at Franklin have never failed to provide a diverse selection of passions and interests for students to select from, and have created a sense of community that have shaped Franklin students. Some clubs that Franklin offers this year are Cyber Patriots, Key Club, Speech and Debate, and Destin Doctors. In total, we have 70 clubs at Franklin, each one adding new characteristics and opportunities to our students. Additionally, our club commissioners have implemented progress checks for our clubs each month to ensure that all clubs at Franklin are active and have provided multiple opportunities for students to join clubs on campus with fun-filled club rush events at lunch. Lastly, Franklin prides itself on its academics, on its school spirit, bringing together our diverse student body to create companionship and unity. Our Spirit Commissioners have worked hard to instill these values in our students, creating fun Spirit Weeks to commemorate important occasions, such as the beginning of the school year and the start of winter break. They have additionally planned Spirit events and themes for football and basketball games to bring support to our teams and create more student engagement. Our fall homecoming theme this year was Happily Ever After, which inspired our dance, spirit days, and parade in which many of our students showcased extravagant floats that they worked hard to build throughout the month. Our homecoming festivities wrapped up with our annual homecoming dance, which was amazing. Students had a great time hanging out with friends, getting dressed up and taking pictures, and dancing the night away. This year, we had more than 1,300 students attend the dance. We have also hosted Diamond Day, in which students spent the day focusing on their mental health and talking about their personal experiences. This is a well-known and loved program at Franklin, as Diamond Day leaders lead students through exercises that showcase vulnerability, encouraging growth and companionship amongst those who participate. Our Link Crew program aims to help new freshmen adjust to high school. This year, they led freshman orientation over the summer to help acclimate students to Franklin, creating community through introductions to Link leaders and showing them around campus. In a couple of weeks, they will be hosting our Link Crew Lockdown, which is a fun night for our freshmen to get together and participate in fun team-building activities and hear from motivational guest speakers. Thank you all for your time this evening. We hope you all will be able to join us at future events and are excited as we continue to strive for more academic opportunities and spirited events for our students.
Thank you, students. And we would be remiss if we didn't recognize the amazing principals who were here in support. Mr. Mark Levine, Elk Grove Charter School. Adam Wood, Franklin High School. Jennifer Keyport, Toby Johnson Middle School. Jack Ferreira, Carroll Elementary School. Megan Drown Jones, Helen Carr Castillo Elementary School. Diane Davis Kidjin, Franklin Elementary School. Jennifer Eklund, Arlene Hine Elementary School. And Mark Beard, Stone Lake Elementary School. Thank you very much, and students and principals, you are dismissed. All right, as they transition out, I'd like to call on Miss Hannah Dayton to cover Measure M Citizens Oversight Committee combined annual reports.
It's really hard not to go back to teaching after all those presentations. But we're having so much fun in facilities. So much fun. On November 8th, 2016, as you guys know, we passed Measure M, the $476 million bond. Thank you to the community. As part of their accountability for that measure, we have to hire and review, or Education Code Section 15278 mandates that the bond measure expenditures be reviewed and reported on by an independent Citizens Oversight Committee. Part of their duties as the Citizens Oversight Committee is to ensure that the bond proceeds are expended for the purposes that they are intended, report the program's progress to the public, and provide an annual report of the compliance statement. From the last time that they reported, approximately $51 million in 22-23 and $73 million in 23-24 of Measure M funds were spent on critical improvements to existing school buildings and grounds. Here to represent the Citizens Oversight Committee is the President, Jason, and he's going to report the annual Measure M Citizens Oversight Committee report for the 22-23 and the 23-24 school year.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Mr. President, Board, and President Hoffman, or Superintendent Hoffman. Thank you. My name is Jason Hammond. I am the President of the Oversight Committee for Measure M. I'm here to share the annual report for 2022-2023 fiscal year. First, I want to start out thanking the committee members, Nicholas Arps, our Vice President, Gerald Bolds Jr., Joel Boyd, Joshua Green, and Eric Wall. They were all great help in checking everything for me. And then also Crystal Hoff for taking all of our ideas and considerations. Darren for having everything set up for us. Susan Bell for letting us get around the schools and take a look at all the improvements that we had. And Kristen Coates for any questions we had on overall improvements. And then I also want to thank the committee for allowing me to be of service to this great city of Elk Grove and the great school district of Elk Grove. My son is a 4th grader at Markoffer right now, so I've been able to see a lot of the improvements there and watching both here close at Kerr and Elk Grove High at the great. And then as a member of the committee, we were proud to fulfill this role and share our annual report, which covers the period from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th of 2024. And over the course of the reporting period, significant progress was made in improving district facilities. We were upgrading older schools with new buildings and replacing all the old portables, also HVAC systems, cement and pavements, also all the schools with paint and new IT to help with the future. And then also at every school district, or every school in the district, everybody got a new shade structure and also upgraded security. And the district's annual performance and financial audits found no discrepancies or non-compliance with the terms of Prop 39 and Measure M. And the audits carried out by Crow LLP confirmed that the district met its obligations required by the state constitution also. And it's great now that in November, Measure N was passed to secure another $542 million for improvements to enhance our schools and our future generations of students. I would like to ask, are there any questions?
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to thank you and your committee for their service. I know all of us on the board appreciate service and you going above and beyond out of your time to help us ensure to the public that we are spending the money that they voted for in the fashion they voted for. So you give that assurance, and we truly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other board members? Yes, Ms. Moore.
I would also like to say thank you because I think it's really important the work that you do, that we're transparent with the community, and I know that you probably have given many, I can only imagine the hours that you've given to provide this service, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? All right, then we also do need to ask Ms. Ballerini, are there any blue cards on this item?
Mr. President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you very much. Then if that's all of the report, then thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. Perfect. All right, moving on to our resolutions of the evening. First up, Arts Education Month. Dr. Collier.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and members of the public. I'm here to request to approve and adopt resolution number 57, designated March 2025 as Arts Education Month. This resolution celebrates and acknowledges the importance of arts education and the many arts experiences and opportunities in which students from the Elk Grove Unified School District participate throughout the school year. The month of March has been designated Arts Education Month by the state of California. The role of arts education, which includes dance, media arts, music, theater, and the visual arts, is a vital part of basic education, providing a balanced education for all students. We share the vision of ensuring that students have access to high-quality arts education that is culturally relevant and inclusive in all forms as a part of a comprehensive education that sparks curiosity, imagination, creativity, and joy. This year, we launched the revised 2024 through 2029 Elk Grove Unified School District Arts Education Roadmap to guide us over the next 5 years. We also continue to provide professional learning opportunities in arts education and arts integration for both certificated and classified staff. Additionally, we assisted all sites with planning and implementing the first allocation of Proposition 28 funds. Our commitment to expanding arts education at the elementary level remains strong, as does our support for arts, music theater, and dance festivals. This resolution reflects our belief that arts education is not merely an extracurricular pursuit, but an integral component of comprehensive education, enhancing the intellectual, emotional, and social development of individuals. Through our collective endorsement of Arts Education Month, we signal our commitment to fostering a culture that values and champions the arts as a fundamental element of a well-rounded education.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini, are there any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you very much. Then I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 57, designating March 2025 as Arts Education Month.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Moore. Any further comment from the board?
I just wanted to say that I look forward to seeing the roadmap that we'll be working on. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, then let's move to the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, next up is our Women's History Month resolution. Dr. Collier, back to you.
It's me again. The Board of Education is requested to adopt resolution number 58, designated March 2025 as Women's History Month. As part of the Board of Education's legacy of advocacy for equity and value of diversity within our school district, members of the Board of Education have an opportunity to recognize the month of March as Women's History Month. With Presidential Proclamation 5619, Ronald Reagan first established March as Women's History Month in 1987. He called upon all Americans to mark this month with appropriate observances to honor the achievements of American women. In response, throughout the year, elementary and secondary teachers use pieces of literature where women assume traditional and non-traditional professional roles. In their classroom instruction, teachers also use novels written by female authors and teach about women's contributions to history. In the area of mathematics and science, information is shared throughout the year about famous female mathematicians, and scientists. Staff members at school sites are careful to provide information about women in all roles in our society, drawing students' attention to the noted as well as the underrepresented contributions that women have provided historically and in modern times. By designating 1 month with a focus on women's history, the Board of Education has the opportunity to communicate the value of such instruction. In support of Women's History Month, the Curriculum and Professional Learning Department will provide resources to teachers to recognize and celebrate Women's History Month. Furthermore, the Educational Equity Department has posted additional resources on their department website for district personnel.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini, are there any blue cards on this item?
I have one blue card on this item. Kirk Thompson.
Hi, I'm here today in support of a Women's History Month, but I'm opposed to this specific resolution. Leaving aside the fact that it would be hypocritical for this board to pass a resolution, considering this board over the past 2 years at least has sought to destroy the private spaces of young women by encouraging men to compete in their sports, steal their accomplishments, walk around naked in their locker rooms, and piss all over the toilet seats. Leaving that aside, primarily I oppose this specific resolution because paragraph 5 of this resolution, in my opinion, is just wrong. While the accomplishments of influential women may have been downplayed before my generation, I don't believe women are underrepresented in American or Western history anymore. For example, the American Revolutionary period, which I noticed conveniently was left out of this resolution, if you had studied it at all, if you did not come across the correspondence of John and Abigail Adams, you are missing out. I would argue Abigail Adams is possibly the most influential woman in American history. Betsy Ross was credited with creating the first American flag, and while that's probably not true, early America bestowed that great honor upon her. Women were also a huge part of American success in World War II, taking on many industrial jobs in support of men fighting overseas. If you ever heard of Rosie the Riveter, she's a wonderful American image of how strength and femininity are not mutually exclusive. Even in modern professional sports, when athletes score the winning touchdown, he looks in the camera and what does he say? "Hi, Mom." Mom and a mother and a wife and a homemaker. That's what we're not celebrating, and that's what bothers me. In modern European history, Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady, was instrumental in winning the Cold War. Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth are widely regarded as two of the greatest monarchs in the history of Great Britain. And if you want to go back even further, despite rhetoric you hear on TV, women are significant characters in almost every part of the Bible. The wives of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are huge parts of those stories. Deborah from the book of Judges played a crucial role in liberating Israel from Canaanite oppression. Esther, who almost single-handedly saved the entire Jewish people from a genocide under a Persian king, which is why Jews celebrate the holiday of Purim to this day. And to top it all off, the Virgin Mary. Mary is a strong female character in Christian theology, and I don't think anybody can deny that. As I have read through history, I have personally come to the conclusion that men built the world on the foundation that women laid. Therefore, I would submit to all of you that if you're not able to find adequate representation of women in American and world history, you're just not looking hard enough. And because of that, I cannot support this specific resolution.
Thank you very much. I will now entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 58, designating March 2025 as Women's History Month.
A motion to adopt the resolution.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Chin. Would any other board members like to be heard on this issue?
I would, please.
Yes, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. So our resolution states that, quote, women served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, end quote. I would like to highlight an important example of women advocating for equality to their male counterparts in their effort to have women's competitive sports. Even after Title IX was passed into legislation, there was lack of implementation legislation that would specify how Title IX would be implemented and to ensure that the legislation was not eroded by self-interest groups. In 1974, approximately 60 women's and feminist groups formed a coalition called the Education Task Force, which later became the National Coalition for Women and Girls in Education. The persistence and dedication of this coalition's efforts is what made Title IX successful. were still many advancements made after that time that allowed women's sports to be elevated to a status equal to men. Today, women's sports are being threatened by biological boys. After working for years to compete at the highest level, girls are losing opportunities and scholarships to biological boys due to lack of common sense safeguards to protect the integrity of girls' sports. This is not a progressive movement, but rather a regressive movement that does not honor the history of women's efforts to elevate their competitive sports to the level of that of men. Not only is this regressive movement taking away hard-earned opportunities for girls, but it also threatens the safety of women and girls. One such example was a 17-year-old girl named Peyton McNabb, who dreamed of becoming a college volleyball athlete, but suffered life-altering injuries when a biological boy on the opponent's team spiked a ball into her head, ultimately leading to brain trauma, partial paralysis, cognitive impairments, memory loss, and more. Boys and men have a clear and proven biological advantage and strength, which when competing against girls compromises their safety. Furthermore, allowing biological boys into girls' bathrooms and locker rooms compromises girls' privacy and safety. Girls should not have to be exposed to male genitalia in their private spaces, nor should they have to undress in front of biological boys. It's unfortunate that our district has previously taken a political stance stating that they support such actions. It's also unfortunate that a 5th grade teacher at one of our elementary schools decided that it was her job to read a book to our students, telling young girls that they should feel safe with boys being in their private spaces. Unfortunately, the state of California has legislation in place that does not protect women and girls. However, according to the U.S. Department of Education's website, quote, "State laws do not override federal anti-discrimination laws," end quote. Currently, CIF, the California Interscholastic Federation, is being investigated for violating federal anti-discrimination laws related to girls and women's sports. The NCAA is now in compliance with protecting women's sports across the nation, yet K-12 girls in California are not safe. So in the spirit of honoring Women's History Month, I will not be on the side of history that does not support women and girls and everything they have fought for to have equality in sports. I will not be on the side of history that sat back in complacency and did nothing while girls' privacy and safety is being violated in our schools. And I will certainly not be on the side of history that encouraged and applauded this discrimination against women and girls and compromised their safety and privacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other board member like to be heard on this issue? Seeing none, I'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up is Disability Awareness Month. I have Mr. Amrik Singh.
Thank you. I'm going to have my colleague, Ms. Regali, present this resolution.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Ann Regali, Special Education Director, and I'm honored this evening to request the approval and adoption of Resolution Number 55, recognizing March 2025 as Disability Awareness Month in the Elk Grove Unified School District. I would like to introduce this evening our very own REACH resident, Michelle Carboni, who will share the importance of disability awareness in the spirit of promoting inclusivity within our schools. As you may know, REACH stands for Retaining Educators Through Assistance, Collaboration, and Hiring. In partnership with the University of the Pacific, Elk Grove Unified has over 60 special education teachers hired through our REACH program, with 18 new teachers set to graduate in May. In addition, come on up, Michelle, to being a parent to 2 students who receive special education services, Ms. Carboni is one of the 18 residents currently working in the REACH program. Under the supervision of a mentor, Ms. Carboni teaches in a Level 2 class at Catherine Albiani Middle School and an academic, behavioral, and social skills class at Pleasant Grove High School. Supervising mentors describe Ms. Carboni as dedicated, hardworking, and having a good sense of humor, qualities that genuinely support strong connections with students. We are proud of your accomplishments and grateful to be a part of your journey in becoming a credentialed special education teacher.
Good evening, School Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Each student, regardless of their abilities, has the right to be respected, embraced, and provided with the opportunities to thrive. Disability Awareness Month serves as a profound reminder of these principles, emphasizing the value, rights, and aspirations of those with disabilities. Disability Awareness Month is a month-long observance that brings attention to the varied and unique experiences of individuals with disabilities. It is time to celebrate their achievements, advocate for their rights, and promote understanding inclusivity within our school communities. Thank you for your consideration of adopting this resolution declaring March as Disabilities Awareness Month.
Exactly. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Carboni. I'd also like to invite each of you to celebrate Disabilities Awareness Month by attending our Community Advisory Committee's second annual Resource Fair and Barbecue on Wednesday, March 12th at Ellen Fikert Elementary. I know a number of you attended last year. It's the second annual. We have it's grown quite a bit, so come and have complimentary barbecue and see a bunch of different resources that are provided for our students and families with disabilities. I'm going to leave these. I'll give them to Ms. Avalos so she can give you your own personal invitation. The month of March has been designated as Disability Awareness Month. The Americans with Disabilities Act prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life, including jobs and schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public, and assures that people with disabilities have the same civil rights and protections and opportunities as everyone else, similar to those provided to individuals on the basis of race, color, sex, national origin, age, and religion. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act requires all public schools to address the needs of pupils with disabilities and develop individualized education programs and 504 plans, which provide a free and appropriate public education reflecting the specific needs of each student. Despite the affirmative rights and recognition of students with disabilities within federal and state laws, students with disabilities face academic and social emotional challenges. The district continues to strive to increase awareness of the needs of students with disabilities and to partner with families and the community as a whole to ensure that students with disabilities have access to an equitable and appropriate education. I respectfully request adoption of Resolution Number 55, designating March as Disability Awareness Month.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini, are there any blue cards on this item?
Yes, Mr. President, there are 5 blue cards on this item. I'm going to start with Marissa Bitcon, and right after that, Dustin Noble on deck.
So I have a message from a parent who could not attend tonight. She wrote, "What special education means to me. Coming from a mom of a disabled 10-year-old girl, special education programming is our lifeline. My daughter receives PT, OT, speech, music therapy, and behavioral supports. These are necessary in order for her to access her curriculum and be able to participate with her peers. Special education in our public school here in Elk Grove is the reason she is able to experience so much more than what I can provide for her at home. Audrey needs the socialization, the loving care of her very large team, and the supports put in place by her legal document that are in her IEP. I stay up each night worrying about the future of her education for not only my girl, but all the children who need extra accommodations in order to thrive. Please take into consideration our family when these decisions to cut funding come up. Sincerely, Rachel Alves, proud Jessie Baker mom to Audrey." Thank you.
Okay, next up is Dustin Noble and then Amanda Scott.
Good evening, Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here to ask the board to approve the resolution to proclaim the month of March as Disability Awareness Month. Disability culture is our culture. If you are not a person that has a disability, take a moment just for now to think about someone in your life, anyone, that may have a disability. Disability is something to bring awareness to, but also to find a space to have conversations about, to teach our kids about kindness, acceptance, inclusion, and how disabilities do not equal less than. I would like to call on all of you to engage your region's site admin to seize on this moment and find ways to make our campuses more inclusive and find those opportunities to enrich and educate our student bodies about disability culture. Find ways to create activities, have assemblies, create posters, have in-class discussions about the various disabilities that their peers may live with, and how while it may make them different, different is not less, it's more. This will only serve to bring about understanding, acceptance, compassion, and have an inclusive mindset for all students and staff. Please partner with your special education staff, Director Regali, and your community partners, such as EG Speaks. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Amanda, and after Amanda, Jency Ferraro.
Good evening. I am the president and CEO of EG Speaks, a grassroots 501c3 nonprofit here in Elk Grove. We are students, parents, and educators advocating for kids and for students in special education. I'm here to speak in support of disability awareness, the Disability Awareness Month resolution. Disability is at the intersection of marginalization and impacts every community, no matter race, ethnicity, religion, age, or political party. Some communities are affected more severely, those that have less access and fewer resources. If it weren't for federal laws like ADA, IDEA, and FAPE, many of our students would be left behind, either not receiving an education, being left to fend for themselves, or institutionalized. Because of Section 504 and IEP standards, people who were otherwise casted aside have now had opportunities to be part of communities, many of which go on to colleges and universities and find fulfilling careers. When we assume competence, disabled students can achieve greatness. Many of our families are experiencing anxiety with the threats that are being made to the Department of Education by our federal government, and hope that our district will remain safe for them. While we have accomplished a lot in awareness and are on the path to inclusion, we have a long way to go. Awareness is only one small step. We must commit to ensuring that all students not just have an equal access to education, but enriching experiences and opportunities. Students with disabilities are still experiencing segregation and discriminatory practices today. They should be seen and valued as equal members of the school. If you want to teach cultural acceptance of disabled students, start with reevaluating that. Look at our schools and see how their disabled children are being treated. How are they included in school-wide activities? What is the social health of the class like? Are parents from contained classes invited and welcomed to take part in school life as other parents are? Are disabled students taking field trips like other students? I am calling on administrators, faculty, staff, and this board to consider these questions and take Disability Awareness Month as an opportunity to reflect on that. Let's get creative and see what we can do differently and work together for our schools to reach their potential for a safe and inclusive environment for all. We at EG Speaks are committed to carrying this work with the district and continue to be a bridge for communication between students and families and the decision makers here. We are your stakeholders and we are your community. Thank you.
All right, Jency Ferraro, and after that, Courtney Arizina. I hope I said that right.
Nailed it, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I come to you tonight as the Director of Advocacy for EG Speaks, and I made it to that position as the skills that I gained by being a mom of 5 students in the district that have different disabilities. I would like to discuss my youngest today. As the time came for him to be placed into kindergarten, his father and I wholeheartedly believed that he belonged in the gen ed classroom of his neighborhood school. We had many reasons, but most importantly, he had a lot to offer the gen ed classroom. At the time, I was told by my program specialist that we could not make decisions based on what a student brings to the classroom. My husband and I did not budge, and soon enrollment in gen ed happened. Unfortunately, so did a pandemic. However, by first grade, when in-person classes had returned, he and his classmates were all together again in the gen ed classroom. And at this time, his classmates were learning OT. He was working on learning how to self-feed, and he had classmates that were sitting in on his sessions and learning how to help position his arm. I can't imagine learning about the career of occupational therapy in first grade. By third grade, due to a lack of inclusive playgrounds, his classmates learned to adapt how they would play to include my wheelchair-bound son, making tag, gaga ball, and even jump rope an option. By fourth grade, this group of typical peers has become very aware of disability and how those living with them simply belong. Their amazing gen ed teacher, Mrs. Garcia at Edna Beatty Elementary School, accepted my recommendation for a novel to read titled Out of My Mind by Sharon M. Draper. I thought she would read it and gain a better understanding of my son, and she stopped herself, maybe not even through the first chapter, and said, "Hold on, the whole class is reading this book." They read it, they loved it, and it was amazing. Each student wrote a short essay about their perspective of the book and were tasked with connecting literature to real life. I'm sure that you're not surprised that many of them saw the similarities with my son. If I could, I would like to quote a couple of them here. One student says, "The lesson I learned was that people can do anything and you just have to believe in yourself, just like my friend Julian does, by always working hard and participating. I love working with Julian in class, and I believe he can do anything if he believes in himself." Another student said, "The lesson I learned is that even if you have cerebral palsy, it just makes you cool. For example, I have a friend named Julian, and he has cerebral palsy, but he is so amazing and smart and kind, and he has a cool computer that lets him talk." I support this decision for Disability Awareness Month, and I'm asking that I challenge every school site to take Disability Awareness Month as an opportunity to celebrate what their classmates with disabilities bring to the classroom. Thank you.
All right, next up, Courtney.
Good evening, Board President Vargas, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. For those that don't know me, I'm Courtney Rosina. I am wearing a lot of hats right now. I am the EGUSD CAC chairwoman. I'm one of the co-founders of EG Speaks. I'm an EGUSD employee. I'm a former EGUSD student, but most importantly, I am this guy's proud mom. So this is Nathan. I've been coming here for the last few years for various reasons. Nathan wanted to come tonight. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, say I'm Nathan.
Hi, my name's Nathan Arozina.
What school do you go to?
Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School.
What grade are you in?
8th.
8th. So, awesome job, bud. Nathan's kind of the poster child for why inclusion is so important. Nathan started kindergarten nonverbal and not potty trained, and by the end of 6th grade, he was doing morning announcements. He has, progressed amazingly, and that is because of being in a classroom with his peers, that of all different needs, typical and non-typical. This last Friday, he went to his first dance at Pinkerton. He went to the Valentine's Day dance, and it was awesome to see him included that way, and all the kids having so much fun. I learned that kids don't dance anymore at dances, which was an interesting thing to learn as a chaperone. While I'm thrilled we're recognizing Disability Awareness Month, I wish we were actively practicing disability awareness and acceptance. As an active parent and employee, I can confirm there isn't a lot of this happening outside this meeting every year for this resolution. Nathan is halfway through 8th grade. He has spent countless hours over the past 9 years learning how to interact with typical peers. I think it's time for typical peers and staff members to learn how to interact with Nathan and other students and staff with disabilities. As an employee, I see how badly we need mandatory training on disabilities, especially learning how to care, nurture, and ensure the safety of our neurodivergent kiddos. We have 10,000 students on IEPs. At this point, the lack of training is negligence. I'm again at this podium begging you to take this under consideration. I'm hopeful that next year I won't be making this request again. Right now, being a parent of a disabled child and being a disabled person during these uncertain times is leaving many of us full of anxiety and fear. I hope parents listening know there are local resources. Ms. Regali mentioned the CAC Resource Fair. We're going to have everyone there from the Mine Institute to RAD to the police department. There are caregiver cafes we have every few months, and EG Speaks is having their first support group next month. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right. With that, I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 55, designated the month of March as Disability Awareness Month.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. Would any board members like to be heard on this resolution? Ms. Baldwin?
Just quickly, I want to extend my deep gratitude to the cabinet, to the district for prioritizing this resolution. I think it's a great step towards full acceptance of a vulnerable community that really brings a lot to these spaces. And so I just want to thank you guys so much for making this a priority, the community coming out and speaking and sharing these very personal experiences. I hope that it serves as motivation for our school sites, and I really look forward to seeing this in action.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore?
Yes, I just wanted to share that I'm really happy for this opportunity to support this resolution. As I've talked with parents and staff over the last year, I've heard many concerns from parents of children with disabilities in our district and staff that work with these students in various settings. And even though I do not personally have children with disabilities myself, I do empathize with parents who are advocating for their children with special needs every day to ensure they receive the education and services they need. As I have listened to these concerns, I know that we can do better. Common concerns I've heard include IEPs not being followed, 504s not being followed, high turnover rates for paraeducators in our district, poor parent communication, and staff and administrators ignoring concerns from parents who desperately want the best for their children and who tirelessly advocate for them. And then another concern that I've heard is lack of regional supports for our students with disabilities. A mom in my neighborhood sends her 4-year-old son off to school on a school bus every morning, an hour before her daughter leaves to attend a neighborhood school. Even though there are only 2 nearby neighborhood elementary schools, the services her little boy needs are not available at these schools. So I would like to see more of an effort to meet the needs of our students regionally to reduce hardships placed on families. And I would also like to see that we ensure that service is streamlined from middle schools to corresponding high schools so that our efforts to provide a quality and inclusive education to these students is a true statement made in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Susan?
Well, this one is near and dear to my heart. I had a son who in 2nd grade was placed into an ED self-contained classroom. It was a hard decision. We actually moved to Elk Grove because of the special ed program here and never regretted it. He started in 2nd grade and ended up graduating with honors without accommodations, which was amazing. And that was the dedication of his teachers and staff that helped us. And it's wonderful to be able to celebrate our unique children with everyone and with them having a special day. He called his disability his superpower, and I agree with him. It is their superpower. They're different from us, but in a wonderful way. So I wholeheartedly agree with this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Then before we get to the vote, I will say thank you to the members of the public who spoke. We appreciate your partnership very deeply. We appreciate it when you bring us your stories, and it's been wonderful, getting to know all of you over the past 2 years. So thank you very much. All right, then we will move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is National School Social Work Week. Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues and staff. I have the honor to do this with my colleagues, and I want you to be loud and proud and come step forward, please. These are social workers in our school district, so I wanted to bring them along because this is a testament to their work. So the National School Social Work Week is March 2nd through the 8th in 2025. The theme for National School Social Work Week 2025 is Social Work, Compassion and Action. School social workers are trained mental health professionals and are especially skilled in identifying and providing services to students who face serious challenges to school success, including poverty, disability, discrimination, abuse, addiction, bullying, loss of a loved one, and any other barriers to learning. This recognition highlights their role in helping students' academic, social, and emotional challenges through the provision of services related to a student's social, emotional, and life adjustments to school and society. School social workers are the link between the home, school, and community, providing direct and indirect services to students, families, and other school personnel. This recognition highlights the board and the district's support for our valid school social workers. And with that, it's my honor to ask the board to approve resolution number 54, recognizing March 2nd to the 8th, 2025 as National School Social Work Week.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mr. President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. Then we'll move to, I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 54, recognizing March 2nd through the 8th, 2025 as National School Social Work Week.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. Would any board members like to be heard on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I want to say thank you to all the social workers for coming tonight.
Next up, Social and Emotional Learning Day. Mr. Singh, back
All right.
again.
It's me again. The first Monday in March has been recognized as International Social Emotional Learning Day, SEL Day. This day provides an excellent opportunity for Elk Grove Unified School District to demonstrate its support for integrating evidence-based SEL into our schools, organizations, and community. Although we promote integration of SEL into everyday instruction in Elk Grove Unified School District, the recognition of International SEL Day is a wonderful opportunity to educate the public about SEL, its impact on student well-being. And SEL is the process through which children and adults acquire and effectively apply the knowledge, attitudes, and skills necessary to understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. SEL improves outcomes, academic outcomes, builds a positive school climate, promotes positive mental health, and provides children with the necessary skill to excel in today's workforce. Additionally, SEL can help address various forms of inequities and empower young people and adults to co-create thriving schools and contribute to safe, healthy, and just communities. Our schools continue to develop their plan for implementing explicit instruction in the 5 core competencies of self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making, and to integrate practice opportunities for these skills into content area instruction. This year, SEL Day is March 3rd, and the theme is Skills for Success, Ready for the Future. In alignment with this theme, should the board choose to adopt this resolution, we will continue to promote SEL as a necessary component of ensuring that EGUSD graduates are college career and life ready. With that, it's my honor to request the board to approve and adopt resolution number 53, recognizing the first Monday in March as Social Emotional Learning Day.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Mr. President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you very much. Then I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 53, recognizing the first Monday in March as Social and Emotional Learning Day.
I'll motion to adopt the resolution.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin.
Seconded.
Seconded by Ms. Davis. Would any board members like to be heard on this item?
I would just like to know, do we have evidence that that SEL improves academic outcomes for our own district?
We have data that suggests SEL does contribute to academic achievements, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin?
Yeah, I just want to say that I love the theme for skills for success and ready for the future, because I think SEL is really just addressing the things that make our little humans that come into our system really effective adults. These are challenging things to figure out on your own, and so when you're supported by your village to help you kind of learn and grow and develop around these really key areas, it truly is preparing you for the future. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm just liking the fact that this is happening at the same time that we're approving the Disability Awareness Month and the Women's History Month. Being empathetic to our fellow human beings, I think is a really good thing.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other hands, we will move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Next up, make sure I am where I am. We have student expulsion and involuntary transfer recommendations. First up, request for student expulsion. Is there anyone who wishes to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the recommendation for a student expulsion.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Moore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, public comment for items not on the agenda. Ms. Ballerini, are there any blue cards for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. President, we have 4 blue cards for items not on the agenda. We're going to start with Mark Jameson, and right behind that, Tammy Nelson.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Sandra Brown. I am not Mark Jansen. He is the president of the Interfaith Council of Elk Grove. I'm here on other duties, but yes, during the day I am the proud principal of Samuel Kennedy Elementary School, and it is nice to be among friends. This evening we have a special award that we would like to present to Superintendent Hoffman. Behind me are the members of the Interfaith Council of Elk Grove. And back in September, on September 21st, we hosted our first fundraiser. Behind me, you will see members of the Elk Grove community who are members of various faiths. And there are also many employees in the district and also hold other responsibilities in their local congregations. And I'm honored to work with them on many outside fundraisers and events like this. But back on September 21st, we held our first fundraiser. It was Empty Bowls. We asked local restaurants if they would donate soup, and if we could also have members of our local high schools in their ceramics clubs, if they could make the bowls. So thanks to our VAPA department and our fabulous director, Jennifer Wilbanks, she worked with some of those local high schools to get us these beautiful bowls. They brought them to the fundraiser. We also had some fabulous youth from Casuma's Oaks High School help us serve all the soups from all of the local restaurants. Would like to thank President Vargas for being there that evening. It was such an honor to have you, but honored tonight to present this. It was going to be to Director Wilbanks. We did not hear back from her, so tonight we'd like to present the other award also to Superintendent Hoffman for all of his hard work in working with us on all of the just extra things that we ask him to help us with. So I'm going to ask Terry Berg to read the award to him, if that's possible.
In recognition of countless hours donated by students and teachers of the high school vocational arts classes of Elk Grove Unified School District, preparing premium custom ceramic bowls to support the Interfaith Council of Elk Grove, Empty Bowls, assisting local charities in missions to relieve the many faces of hunger. And this event was September 21st, 2024. By the way, we look forward to our next event, which is September of this year.
Again, I'd just like to apologize. Mark had to leave, but he was really looking forward to being here this evening, and he really wanted to thank you for just being such a great support to our organization. And thank you, Cabinet.
All right, that was the two of them. Okay, so now we have, there we go. All right, now that we've got that wonderful presentation over with, Kirk Thompson and Maisha Tahara is after him.
Hello again. First, I want to congratulate Ms. Baldwin on being named Area 4's new trustee. I'm sure the last few days have been a bit of a whirlwind, so but you look like you're getting the swing of things. And I look forward to reaching out to you for advice if my son's IEP ever goes sideways. So now we're going to disagree on the subject of DEI. I am highly skeptical of most proponents of DEI and how they describe it. Diversity, equity, and inclusion has been used as a way to discriminate against white and Asian racial groups, as evidenced by our teachers union recently losing a federal racial discrimination lawsuit, and used to force inclusion into places that are by nature exclusionary, like locker rooms and restrooms. If you haven't already, I recommend you read the book The Quest for Cosmic Justice by Thomas Sowell, where he critiqued DEI initiatives, style initiatives, over 20 years ago. Ms. Davis, we had a conversation while you were on the campaign trail. During that conversation, you expressed your skepticism of DEI and how you refused to take DEI trainings in your previous positions. Yet at last week's meeting, you said, and I quote, "Our board needs to reflect our community when explaining your vote for Ms. Baldwin based off of, I guess, her skin color. I don't care how sweetly worded your excuses are. Racial bias is disgusting. This was your first major test to see if I could trust you, and you failed. Ms. Albiani, if you want to know why DEI is under attack, it's not because people don't understand it. It's because people have lived it. As a biracial man, I'm happy to go over my personal lived experience with some of the precursors to DEI and how those affected me starting at age 11, extending into college. And spoiler alert, I have multiracial kids, and I want no part of that experience from my kids. The reason all of you should be worried about DEI in education is twofold. First, the current Department of Education has given schools who receive federal funds until the end of the month to ensure their DEI programs are consistent with federal civil rights law or eliminate them entirely. Failure to comply will result in litigation and loss of federal funds. Second, it was recently discovered that the previous Department of Education, under its Equity Assistance Centers, funded trainings to help destigmatize child sex work. So real quick, did parents warn you about sexually explicit material going around the last couple years? I forget. Another training apparently compared the American education system to concentration camps with gas chambers. Now, if that's what equity centers think about schools, it makes sense why there's no synagogues in Elk Grove. Bottom line, as someone who has heard the phrase "not Mexican enough" as a justification to discriminate against me, I don't want to hear about diversity unless we're talking about diversity of thought and the quality of those ideas. I don't want to hear equity unless we're talking about food programs, tutoring programs, or special needs programs, or if you're helping me refinance my house. And if you're talking about inclusion, it better not be about including some weak-minded pervert in the same locker room as my daughter. Our kids are here to learn math and not the newest sexual fetish of the latest imaginary gender.
Maisha Tahara, you're up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Maisha, and I'm a mother of 4 children in the Elk Grove Unified District. My reason for speaking tonight is to shed light on the system that places our special needs children. My address has been updated for over 2 years, yet the system never correctly placed my children closer to home. 2 of my sons are placed at Sierra Enterprise Elementary in a level 4 classroom, 30 minutes away from my home. Melissa Garcia, which is the special education coordinator, which by the way did a great job talking to me today, figuring out why and how and a solution. How did this happen? How did my children year after year be placed so far from home? I have done everything I can by using the IEP system in the meetings each year to advocate this exact concern, but still no change. There are 2 closer schools near my home that are level 4, one not being full. So I don't understand why the system didn't place my babies correctly. I have to pick up or drop off my 2 sons 3 to 4 times weekly because their self-injurious behaviors or no bus. It saddens my heart that I cannot reach my babies in a fast manner due to distance. School staff has to witness my son go through self-injurious meltdowns that takes 30 minutes for me to get to him. Again, I would just love to see improvement in the placement system of our children with special needs. Thank you for your guys' time and hearing my concern.
Thank you very much. Our appropriate staff will follow up with concerns presented during public comment. So, thank you. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Ms. Ballerini, are there any blue cards on the consent agenda?
Mr. President, there are no blue cards on the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Would any board members like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Then I will entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 21 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Bargaining units. Would any bargaining units wish to address the board? Seeing none, we will move on to our reports. All right, so we have one discussion item tonight, and that is a Brown Act update from our wonderful friend, Ms. Resendez.
President Vargas, school board members, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos, thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Karen Resendez, and I've been Elk Grove Unified School District's Board of Education's General Counsel for going on 20 plus years. So it's an honor to be with you tonight to go over the Brown Act. This is going to be an overview of it. There's a lot to it. The Brown Act has been around for as long as I've been around, so a really long time. It was adopted in 1964, and the public in California had decided that it was so important that it enacted 2 propositions to make it part of the California Constitution. So the right of the public to have school boards, city councils, county boards of education, county supervisors, all of our local government agencies operate in the public environment is a constitutional right. So it's a very important right that we're going to be talking about. So one of the things I'm hoping you will tolerate from me today is I'm going to tell you a little story, very little short story, but it's going to help to illustrate Brown Act issues as they come up. So let me tell you this cute little story. Cute and not so cute. All right. So imagine that you are the board president of Lake Woebegone, where all the parents are good looking and very supportive of the schools, and all of the children are above average and very kind. So that's where you are, in Lake Woebegone. It's the first day of school of the 25-26 school year, and as board president, you're taking your daughter to school. And her name's Elsa, and she's very excited for her first day of school because she has a frozen backpack with a picture of Olaf on it, so she's thrilled. And you pull into the parking lot across the street from the school and go to the crosswalk to walk little Elsa across the street to school. And as you're in the crosswalk, accompanied by a lot of other kindergarten and first grade parents, you hear this loud screeching sound, terrifying. It's a car that didn't stop quickly enough and got a little bit into that crosswalk. Now that parent understandably was very sorry and very stressed, and also was the proud parent of 5 elementary kids. So there was a lot going on in that car, but it was also very scary. So you shake it off a little bit, you go across the street, you drop off little Elsa at her classroom while she's humming to you, let it go, let it go. I won't sing for you because that would be problematic. But she's trying to calm you down, and as board president, your brain is spinning about how can I make sure this crosswalk to school is safe. So as soon as you drop off little Elsa, you go back to your car, and who do you call? You call Dr. Goals, the superintendent, and you say, Dr. Goals, this scary thing happened. Christoph, the parent driving the car with the 5 kids, almost hit a bunch of kids in the crosswalk. So very problematic. We need to have crossing guards out here. We need the police to get out here. We need additional staff to be out here to police this crosswalk so this doesn't happen to anybody else, okay? So that's your little story. The other thing you need to know is Superintendent Dr. Goals is going to have a barbecue to celebrate the first day of school, and you're all invited as school board members. You're all invited. Cabinet's going to be there too. And so that's the little story that I want you to keep in mind as we go through this Brown Act presentation, okay? So thanks for bearing with me on that. So we're going to cover the Brown Act, which covers all things public meetings, and we're going to discuss Brown Act enforcement, and then we're going to leave enough time for questions. So if there's a clarifying question that you have regarding something I've said, please feel free to interrupt me and ask that clarifying question. If it's a more substantive question, if you could wait till the end, and then I'll try to answer the more substantive questions at the end. Okay. All right. So the Brown Act isn't as long as some of the laws that apply to public education, so it is something you could read if you weren't able to fall asleep one night. It starts in the government code. It's not in the ed code. So if you want to find it, it's in the government code, and it starts at section 54050. And it's also located in the California Constitution in section 3, article 1. But it is something that you can read, and if you're very new to the school board, it would be worth taking that time with a highlighter to just read it, because every time you read it, you're going to pick up additional nuances and additional information. But what does it require? What does it generally require? It requires that everything that the school board does is open and in front of the public unless there's an exception. So the default is everything has to be in this setting, in open session. So just like the presentation on this topic needs to be an open session.
Everything needs to be an open session unless there is an exemption specifically articulated in the law that allows for a closed session. And once you join a school board, whether you're elected or appointed, all the things that you did before you were on the school board to be appointed or elected, all those communications that you have with various people, all of those communications change. So you now have this new hat as a school board member that requires that you interact and communicate in all the different forums that you interact and communicate with in a different way. And it's very regulated. And so we're going to talk about what those are because the Brown Act isn't necessarily intuitive. So it's not something where you can just like, I'm a reasonable person, I follow the law, I'm just going to know what to do. It's not that kind of a law. It's not that easy. Okay? So one of the things that we will be going into depth about is board meeting agendas and the importance of having those board meeting agendas be posted within a certain timeline and a certain period, and how they have to be accessible to the public, including on your websites. We're going to talk about that. So legislative bodies, it includes school boards, it includes city councils, it includes people who have been elected but who have not yet assumed office. You don't have any of those folks right now, but in December, you did have some of those folks. So welcome to your new hat, your new roles. So it's not just in Elk Grove Unified School District, it's not just the school board that's covered by the Brown Act. There are other types of groups, which include school board members, which are subject to the Brown Act. And there are other types of groups that include board members that are not subject to the Brown Act. So it gets kind of complicated when we get to this point, but there's really two kinds of committees to think about. If you just imagine two buckets, one bucket is your standing committees. Those are committees that the board has created through some sort of board action, includes board members, and has ongoing jurisdiction to make recommendations to the board. The other kind are more ad hoc committees, committees that maybe the superintendent or within the organization have been created, not by the school board necessarily. The school board hasn't created a calendar of when those meetings are going to happen, and they don't necessarily control what happens in those meetings. The standing committees are going to be subject to the Brown Act if they meet certain criteria, and the ad hoc committees are not going to be subject to the Brown Act. So whenever you're involved in a committee, one of the questions you should ask as school board members, just to make sure that you're not getting into any sticky wickets, is to find out what kind of committee this is if you have a question of it. So what is a meeting? Let's go to the barbecue at the superintendent's house after the first day of school. Is going to a barbecue a school board meeting? No. Going to the superintendent's house for a barbecue is not a school board meeting that requires a board agenda and to be open to the public and all of those things. But is it possible that it could become a school board meeting? Yes, so we're going to talk about that. Even if no action is taken and no concurrence of board members happens at that barbecue could still be turned into a school board meeting. Even going to Panera or Black Bear Diner or to any other coffee shop, those experiences where you might go with 2 other board members, so 3 of you, not a majority, not 4, are not subject to the Brown Act. But if a fourth person from the school board, because a majority is 4 in a 7-member board, goes to the barbecue, goes to the coffee shop, and you just talk about school district business, you've turned that coffee shop, you've turned that barbecue into a Brown Act meeting. And if you haven't agendized it ahead of time and allowed members of the public to attend so that they know in advance what you're going to be talking about, you've violated the Brown Act. Okay, so what's not a meeting? I like to talk about what you still can do in addition to what you now need to do with the Brown Act. So if 2 board members talk to each other, that is not a Brown Act.
in your district. If 3 talk to each other, it's not a Brown Act violation. If 3 board members are at a coffee shop and your community sees them at the coffee shop talking about school district business, is there an appearance of impropriety or an appearance that there might be a legal issue? Yes, but technically it's not, okay? Community meetings. If you go to a city council meeting, a majority of you, 4 of you go to a city council meeting, and you just sit in the audience and you just listen, or you make public comments at that city council meeting regarding matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, that's not a Brown Act meeting. It's the city council's Brown Act meeting, but you're attending as a member of the public. If the subject matter that's on the city council agenda involves something with the school district, for example, having joint use of a swimming pool or joint use of a park or joint use of a library, and 4 board members attend, then that is a matter where you should work with the superintendent and figure out how to agendize your attendance at that meeting so that there isn't a Brown Act violation. You can have 2 public agencies who simultaneously have Brown Act obligations, simultaneously post, so as not to interfere with the public's right to transparent board meetings. Other things to think about are, in addition to the barbecue example, staff meetings. If you're invited to attend a staff meeting, and it's 1 or more of you, or a cabinet meeting, those meetings are not subject to the Brown Act. But if 4 of you attend a meeting at a school site and talk about school district business, that is something that is subject to the Brown Act. The other kinds of, the California School Boards Association every December holds an annual conference where they provide training, and there are multiple speakers that provide training on topics that are relevant to school board members from throughout the state of California. When you attend those CSBA conferences as school board members, often most of the board attends those conferences and you learn together. As long as those conferences are presented in such a way where there's multiple speakers and it's for purposes of learning how to be a good school board member governance, that also is not a conference that is subject to the Brown Act. But if 4 of you go meet in a coffee shop after the CSBA conference and talk about district business, that would be a Brown Act violation unless it was properly agendized. But attending the conference in and of itself is not. Okay, this is where it gets hard. So if you've got a pen and paper and you want to draw, this is a good time to draw. So there's 2 types of meetings we call serial meetings. And it's not the cereal like in a bowl. It's 2 kinds of meetings. So one is linear or chain meeting. Think of, I was in an office here in the district office today, and I noticed someone had hung around a door daisy chain, which is construction paper glued into a circle and combined together. Those of you who've done that before in your elementary classes, that's what I'm talking about, a daisy chain, where you have board member A talks to board member B about the need for crossing guards at Elsa's school. Board member B talks to board member C about the crossing guard needed at Elsa's school. And then board member C talks to D. So you don't have 4 people in a room together, but you have 4 people who talked about the need for a crossing guard in front of Elsa's school. And it could go like this. Oh my gosh, it was so scary. This is what happened. We don't have a crossing guard out here. I'm not sure where the principal was. We need to talk to the superintendent and see what we can do to get supervision out here. I agree with you. Let me call board member C. So that's A and B. Now, I just talked to Elsa's mom, the board president, really upset. This is what happened. Don't you agree we should have a crossing guard at Elsa's school? Yes, absolutely. Let me call board member D. So C calls D, and as soon as C calls D, you violated the Brown Act. It's a matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district, providing safety in front of a school, possibly a district employee to cover that crosswalk. And you've got 4 board members who were never in the room together making a decision about what should happen in front of Elsa's school. That's a Brown Act violation. That's called a linear or chain meeting. I like to call it a daisy chain. Okay? Hub and spoke. Think of a wheel. The center of the wheel is the hub, and then you've got spokes. Same example, Elsa's school, crossing guard. I'm the board president. I'm board member A. I call board member B and have this conversation. Not a Brown Act violation. That first call from A to B, not a Brown Act violation. A to C, not a Brown Act violation. There's 3 people in this wheel right now. But when board member A calls board member D, we've got 4. And as soon as I call that third person, because I count as 1, that's a Brown Act violation. So that's the hub and the spoke concept. Now in this scenario, I'm the board president. I'm Elsa's mom and the board president. If I was a community member, if I wasn't sitting on the board, could I do the same thing? Could I start calling each of the board members and asking, don't you agree? I'm a member of the public, I'm not in the board. Don't you agree we should have a crossing guard in front of Elsa's school? Now, if I'm a member of the public, let's talk about the daisy chain example. If I call the first board member and then the board member talks to the other 3 people, that's fine. But if they add a 4th, again, that's a Brown Act violation. If I'm looking at the hub and spoke scenario and I'm the parent calling, I'm not a board member, but I tell 4 board members what is happening in my conversation. So parent calls board member A and says, we need a crossing guard. What do you think? Don't you agree? And they said, yes, we agree. Then that same parent calls board member B, C, and D and says, I already talked to board member A. They absolutely agree to a crossing guard. B, what do you think? I agree. Then they call C. I already talked to A and B. They agree. And they call D, and D agrees. That's a Brown Act violation. So why would that be a Brown Act violation? Because that's a member of the public that's the hub. It's a Brown Act violation because what the law was intended to do was to have the business of the school district be done in public, right? And you've cut out, you have one member of the public that's involved, but the rest of the community has no idea you're talking about crossing guards, right? There's no public comments, there's no advance notice for them to come into the district office, into a school board meeting and tell you what they think about that crossing guard. Maybe they feel there should be a stoplight, or there should be a law enforcement presence, or you should have different types of people supervising that crosswalk. Or maybe they think the crosswalk should be moved to a different location. There's so many other things that could come up as part of the public, open, transparent process. And that's the reason for the law. It's onerous if once you become a board member to be conscious of how each of your conversations could be lined up to create Brown Act violations, but it is your responsibility, so it is challenging. I'm going to pause there and see if the chain meeting or the hub spoke meeting, if you have any clarifying questions about that topic.
Ms. Moore?
So with the hub and spoke meeting, what is the best way to avoid that in our communications with community members?
So you need to be, first of all, you need to be very conscious that when people are coming to you outside of a school board meeting, outside of public comments, that the information that you provide, you don't necessarily know where it's going to lead. So the best advice I can give is to be an agent of listening, of taking notes, of seeking greater understanding, but not committing to a particular point of view or perspective or articulating how you're going to vote on a particular matter. It is important that you listen to your constituents, you listen to the public, but it's important that you don't say, this is what I think this is what I'm going to do, because if that gets conveyed to other people, it could be very problematic. We're going to talk about social media and how, beyond just the one-on-one conversations, how this can translate to scenarios with emails, texts, social media, posting on X or Facebook or any of the other platforms.
Any other questions?
Yes.
I did have one thing I wanted to confirm.
Sure.
So on either the linear chain meeting or the hub and spoke, I think you said knowledge is not required. So let's say that I speak to another board member and that is the only communication I have. If that board member then goes and speaks to two people, it's still a Brown Act violation, even though I have no knowledge of those subsequent communications. Correct?
Correct. So why is that question so mission critical to understand, such an important question? It's because you don't know what people are going to do with the information you provide them with. And the way this comes up the most frequently is with email, right? And so everyone's familiar with the ability to blind copy, right? So if one board member emails another board member and you just think it's the two of you going back and forth in your email, I've had many cases where one of those two parties decides that this conversation is so important and so valuable, I'm going to blind copy the media. That's okay. But I'm going to blind copy two other board members. And one of the board members has no idea that that's happening. And it becomes a Brown Act violation for the school district. The person that's blind copying two other board members and is aware of what they're doing, that could be a misdemeanor. The innocent board member, the fourth board member that doesn't know that it's happening, it's probably not a crime, but the impact on the school district could be enormous, because if someone becomes aware of it, it gets blind copied to the media, it gets posted online, whatever might happen, someone can sue the school district and recover attorney's fees and costs. And attorney's fees and costs are significantly greater than what you would imagine them to be. And so that's where the problem lies, is even if you are innocently communicating using telephone, email, text, chat room, social media, you could end up creating liability for the district, even though that's not your intention, even though you're an innocent participant in those communications. And so another example is where you post something online. Right? You post something on your Facebook page. We're going to talk a little bit about that because...
Can I make one comment before we move on?
Yeah.
I found on our board, it has worked well. Can I talk to you about this? Have you talked to anybody else? And it's very open. And so you can say, I've talked to you about this. Now 2 of us have talked about it. If you talk to somebody else, you need to let me know. And you just are very upfront about it, because you do not want to break the law. And you do not want to put our district in that position. So it's very easy to be very upfront and say, I've talked to this person, and I've talked to this person, or I'm talking to this person. I plan to talk to this person. Would that be okay? Then we can't talk to anybody else. So it's often, when I've used it, it's been in like reference to a committee work or something. It's not nefarious. It's just you want to be super careful. And I just remember when Bobby was on the board, we might be talking and she'd walk up and she'd be like, 4th person. And so it's just like that was one of her things. So we were always very careful to stay within the Brown Act. So it's a good way to always be upfront.
That's an excellent example. So you're at the barbecue at Dr. Gold's barbecue, first day of school barbecue, and you see 3 board members are sitting at a table in the backyard enjoying their veggie burgers. And you see that there's 3 of them together, and you're a 4th board member, and you hear that they're talking about their kids and vacations and what a great first day of school it was. It was such a great day.
and you walk over and you have a lovely conversation with them. That is not a Brown Act violation. But while you're standing there, Elsa's mom, who's still shook, even though Elsa's saying, let it go, multiple times, Mom, let it go. Elsa's mom is still shook, and Elsa's mom's going to bring it up. And she brings it up. One of the 4 board members that are sitting there needs to say, 4th person, and walk away so that you don't have a Brown Act violation. So that's a good, very good tip. So let's talk about the Brown Act in the virtual world a little bit more, because it's not just a majority of the school board talking about matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the district. It's even more complicated than that, because nothing is easy when you work in public education or you work for public entities right now. So one of the things that the school board will receive from the superintendent's office and from legal counsel periodically is an update, a legal update or a student update about something that's going on. And you'll get that in an email format. And you'll notice that often we'll say, please do not reply to all. Or you will be blind copied on it, so it's very challenging to reply to all. That's for your safety, so it's not too easy to hit, oh my gosh, what happened? Tell me more. The best thing to do in those circumstances, if you need more information, is to drop a dime on the superintendent and say, hey, can I give you a call? I have questions. Don't hit reply to all and ask your questions at that point, because it could create a Brown Act. So be very careful to reply to all. The other thing is the law has become extremely complicated with regard to social media. So I've been spending a lot of time talking to you about situations where a majority, 4 of you, are together either in the virtual world or in person, but there are instances where just 2 of you can create a Brown Act violation under the law, just 2 of you. So let me give you a couple of those examples. If you are involved in commenting on someone's Facebook page, let's say board member A posts about the crosswalk, okay? So board member A posts something on Facebook, near miss today, everyone slow down. She also posted it on Nextdoor. Everyone slow down in front of schools. The first day of school, people are hectic. Be careful, pay attention, slow down. So that's board member A. Board member B hits like on that post. Intuitively, that shouldn't be a Brown Act violation because it's board member A and board member B, that's just 2. But they created a special law for school board members and city council members. You're not permitted to like any post by any board member. Okay? All right, so some of you might be thinking, uh-oh. I might need to go through my Facebook and do some deleting. I might need to do some editing. Here's why this is super interesting. So there's not a quorum of you chatting. The legislature just decided that you can't even like another board member's post. So you can't post an emoji, a thumbs up. You can't post a little message. Looking forward to talking about this at our next board meeting. You can't do anything in reaction to a social media post by another board member, regardless of how many are involved. Okay? So that's just a unique rule that you need to be aware of. Now, if a member of the public, if Christoph, the driver, says, oh my gosh, I blew it, because remember, this is Lake Wobegon where all the parents are very supportive. I was going too fast. This bad thing happened. Just a reminder to all parents to slow down as you're approaching a school zone. And a board member hits a like or puts a smiley face emoji on that post. That's okay, because the board member is responding to that member of the public's post. But if 4 of you do, then that's not okay. Okay? So you have to just be very conscious of this new world you're in as board members. You can't like or comment or post an emoji on any other board member's social media or social media post
You can with a member of the public, but if you do with the member of the public and you see that 3 other board members have also liked it, then you can't also post. You can't be the 4th person to hit like on that post. So it makes it very hard to do anything on social media. Then to add to all this, I'm going to skip over this. Let me hold off on that. To make it even more interesting, there were 2 district court cases, federal district court cases, that wound its way through all the courts and ended up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court, where there was a split of legal authority regarding whether or not a school board member who had a Facebook page, 2 different cases. In one case, a school board member used their Facebook page for purposes of campaigning before they were elected, and there was a commenter on that Facebook page that just filled the Facebook with so many comments and so many replies, thousands and thousands, that it interfered with that was board candidate, became elected board members' use of their Facebook page. So that board member deleted those posters, people that were posting on their Facebook page. That went all the way through to the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit said you can't delete, you can't remove that poster's ability to post on your Facebook page, because even though you were a candidate when you created that page, when you became a board member, you started using that page as a forum to seek community feedback on matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the district. You used it in your role as a board member. So when you, by deleting that participant on your Facebook page, you violated their First Amendment free speech rights. So that was a Ninth Circuit decision. There was another decision in another jurisdiction where someone used their Facebook page, it was a city manager, used their Facebook page for both personal purposes, to post pictures of themselves and their child, just doing normal things that families post about on Facebook, but then occasionally would post about city business. And in that case, the decision was different. The decision by the district court in that case was that you had to look at each post on that Facebook page individually, not at the page as a whole, but each post by that city manager, and to determine whether or not that city manager was acting on behalf of the city. They had authority to speak on behalf of the city, and whether or not the person who was responding was commenting on things that had to do with those matters that were within the subject matter of the city and within the city manager's ability to comment on behalf of the city. And because there was some conflict between those 2 decisions, the U.S. Supreme Court said that it's a case-by-case basis in determining whether or not, let's just use the school board, is ability to exclude people from posting on their site, is going to be a case-by-case basis, looking at each post to determine whether, 1, you're commenting on something within the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district, and 2, you have the authority to make comments about whatever that subject matter is. So just a little added color and complication to all of this. My advice would be for all of you to just take a look at how you use social media. Think about a lot of these things that we're discussing and try to make sure, 1, you're not commenting, personally you're not commenting on other school board members' posts. 2, if you can count 3 other school board members that have commented on a post, do not add your 4th voice to that. If you use your social media to communicate with the public, to ask questions of the public, what do you think about whatever it might be? Just be careful, especially if you have the authority, especially when you're board president. that you're being very careful that you're not creating, or if you are creating, that you're knowledgeable, that you're creating a public forum, and if you were to exclude people from, if you were to block people from participating, that would could interfere with the community's right to free speech. That's a lot. I'll pause here to see if there's questions or need for clarification.
Board members, any questions? All right. Ms. Moore?
I do have a question with our regarding, you know, the how many board members we can communicate with and how we can communicate with them. How does that work? For example, if I want to request an agenda item and that involves speaking to the board president and the superintendent with our current bylaws. And so then at that point, I've already told the board president, you know, I want this on the agenda and these are the concerns I have or whatever. So he already knows. Does that mean I cannot talk to other board members about my concerns?
So there is an exception for board agenda items and also for scheduling dates for board meetings. So you can email the superintendent and the board president and say, I would like the board president and the superintendent to consider this agenda item. I wouldn't go into the substance of why and the pros and cons behind the subject matter of the topic, but to request an agenda or to request a board meeting date, you can do that without worry that even if it gets forwarded unbeknownst to you to two other board members, it's not an issue. But if you request, let's say the topic is crosswalks and crossing guards, and you say we need to have an agenda item to have a crossing guard at every school site, that in and of itself is not going to be a Brown Act violation because it's explicitly excluded from the topics for purposes of boards just getting their business done and getting agendas. But if you go into the pros and cons of the reason you want that, then there is a risk of violation. But if you just put topic and you send it to the board president and the superintendent, that's not a violation.
Okay, I just think that that's, I understand what you're saying, and thanks for the clarification, but I think within our, maybe, you know, our bylaws, that's a challenge because if we have to convince the, or, you know, the superintendent and the board president that we want something on the agenda, they might need more information. So I don't know. It's just, it seems like a challenge.
And we do, you know, the way it works, we will have a follow-up conversation to make sure, oftentimes we'll ask, so the topic can use, because the topic could be for, could be against, so we will have a follow-up conversation to get more details about it, and that's when I will follow up with the board president, see if there's an existing item where it works. If the board president and the superintendent in our current agreements don't see a need for it to be on the agenda or think it's already been agendized, then the board member does have the right to put it on the agenda as consideration of future agenda items. And then the member can actually share with the board and with the public, this is the topic, this is what I want discussed, how I want it discussed, and then the board will take action, and if we get the votes, then it comes forward. So we do have a process to be able to do that. The initial piece is just information of this is the topic, and that's when the board president and the superintendent have that initial discussion.
Yeah, but I think that there is, I mean, I take the point also that I think there is, you know, because, I mean, either the person bringing the item or the superintendent fills the president in on pretty much everything. Yeah, you are kind of in a situation where that is a situation where you get one other person instead of two. And so it does, you know, if you are looking to build, you know, a 3-person block to go into that meeting to try and get it, you are limited in that situation because you have filled in the board president on that one. So I think that is a valid point. And it is just a situation that because of our bylaws, in that one instance, you are limited to the number of other people you can talk to under the Brown Act.
Excellent questions, though. Did I answer it, even though there are other issues to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I think you and you basically said that, yes, we can still talk to the board president, but not in detail, and we could still talk to two other board members, or do you advise that we don't do it? I guess that would be what I ask.
So just to clarify, you can email the board president and the superintendent with a request for an agenda item. But if you go into detail regarding the subject matter, there's always a risk that that information could end up with two other board members for a total of 4. So if it's just the 2 of you and it doesn't go any further than that, you can share more information, but there is always the risk that 2 additional board members, if they're added to the loop, either through a hub and spoke situation or a daisy chain situation, there's a risk of creating a Brown Act violation. Thank you. So this slide 16.
I had a question.
Oh, yes.
Can I like non-school posts from other board members?
Yes.
Yes.
Outside the jurisdiction of the school district.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, like a cute baby
On
pic.
a date, or this is my grandchild made a puzzle, and I can like those, and 4 of us can like them.
Yes,
'Cause it has
as
nothing
long
to
as
do with
there's,
school.
because I'm a lawyer, I have to say things, as long as there's no hidden meeting regarding how great the preschool is. Or what
And
book
if the
they're
puzzle
reading.
was created at school and we really like supporting that program, then we're glad it's at school.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
And then my second thing is our PR department puts out a lot of posts highlighting student success, highlighting programs. I often repost them onto my page. I should refrain from liking them on other board members' pages and just singularly repost if I would like to share that information.
Yes.
Now, I, after our first talk like this, went home and closed my Beth Albiani for School Board page.
Sorry.
So I only have a personal page at this point. So is when I'm posting those press releases, I'm opening up any public comment that could be made on them, and I need to allow that on that post.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to go through the more mundane stuff. That was the fun part. Oh, I see another question.
My
Board
question is numbers. Okay, there are 7 elected board members. President Hoffman is our secretary. Does he count as a board member? And what about Ms. Chin?
They both count, but not as board members for purposes of Brown Act violations.
Okay, and Ludi either?
And Ludi either.
Okay, it's okay, Ludi. I count you, but not in this.
However, they do count because you could have a school board member that's a student school board member who acts as the hub. So they don't count for purposes of counting to 4, but they may be involved in creating a Brown Act violation. It is possible. Highly unlikely, but it is possible.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, you had one more question?
Sorry, just one more quick question in follow-up to Ms. Albiani's question with district posts. If we, as board members, like those posts, is that an instance where we have to be concerned
Yes.
if more than 3 of us like a district post?
So if you're liking a district post and there's more than that you would make 4, you need to be concerned. If you are just reposting on your social media something that the district has posted, you can do that.
But if you repost with a thumbs up or a thumbs down, or you repost with a comment, that would count as one person making. Okay.
That's correct.
So that actually kind of gets to my question. I don't want to dive too deep down this rabbit hole.
Sure.
But so let's say that there's an issue on the agenda, or let's say there's an issue out there, and before the meeting, 4 board members post their views on that item. They don't like each other's posts, but all of them are now out there with their posts. Then it's available to the rest of us to see. Is there a Brown Act issue with that?
So unilaterally, independently, 4 of you post
on a subject matter that's within the jurisdiction of the school district, and nobody posts, nobody likes or reposts, or it's probably okay. There might be an appearance of impropriety that simultaneously and independently this happened, but you still have, I hate to say it, but you still have freedom of speech, even as elected officials or appointed officials.
So
but
Michael, to your piece, so you to make a distinction, as you had said, like a posted agenda item is coming up, and so people are sharing before the meeting actually starts. Is there any difference between that and an item that's not agendized, that's just a, out of the blue, 4 people talked about the same thing?
The issue is going to be what I call the appearance of impropriety. If, again, the idea behind the Brown Act is really fundamental. The public has a right to hear what you think real time with you making decisions. If you have a Facebook page that people don't know about, or you post on X and people don't know about that, and other board members are using that to influence how they think or how they vote, you've precluded the public from the opportunity of being heard by the public during public comments, but also of hearing your rationale and thought process together in this environment. So technically, but in practicality, could it create some issues? It could.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? All right, looks like we're good to go.
Okay. All right. So there's 3 types of school board meetings. 3 types. Regular, which requires 72 hours notice. At your organizational meeting in December, you adopt a calendar of when you have those regular meetings. In Elk Grove, it's twice a month, most months. You have your regular meetings. There are certain things that have to happen at regular school board meetings. An example of that is whenever you approve executive within the school district, anyone who has an employment agreement with the school district, you have to approve that at a regular board meeting, which requires the 72 hours notice. So that's important to know, that there are certain things that have to be done at regular school board meetings. That's the 72-hour notice requirement. And in addition to 72-hour notice regular meetings, you can have special board meetings, which require 24 hours notice. All of these notice requirements are to allow the public to know whether or not they need to push away from Netflix and the evening news, put on their shoes, drive down to the district, walk down to the district, and attend that board meeting or watch it on Zoom. So it's really important that the district complies with these notice requirements. For a special board meeting, and we'll talk about what's unique about special board meetings in a minute, but it only requires 24 hours notice. Does not require 72 hours notice. And there's a lot of things that can be done at special board meetings, but what's unique about those special board meetings is public comments are constrained to only what's on the agenda of that special board meeting. As you experience every time you're in a school board meeting, with a regular meeting with 72 hours notice, the public can comment on anything they want to within the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district. If they want to get up and talk about how their sister's mean to them, she lives in Ohio, that is not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the school board, so they're not entitled to make public comments. If they want to talk about the sale price of gasoline on the corner of Elk Grove and Florin, or whatever that might be, they can't, because that's not within the subject matter jurisdiction. So regular board meetings, there's that extra added public comments on anything that's within the subject matter jurisdiction, even if it's not on the board agenda. For special meetings, it's only those things on the special board meeting agenda. Then there's emergency meetings. These are serious.
Karen, can I do one real quick?
Sure.
So I do want to make a note for the public and for our board. And in December, we do our organizational meeting. We put our regular meetings on the schedule, but we also schedule several special meetings during the year, and we put those on the calendar ahead of time. And just like we did, we'll be doing for our upcoming next meeting, which will be a special meeting, we still post on the Friday before the meeting, just like we do for a regular meeting. So we do the 72-hour notice, even though technically we'd only have to do 24-hour notice. So we always post our scheduled special meetings like we do a regular meeting. But there are times where we have to call a special meeting and we may not have enough time to be able to do that. But just know that whenever possible, we want to give more than a 24-hour notice so our public knows what we're discussing.
That's a good practice. So on the 72-hour meetings, you have to identify the location, the time, the place, and those meetings are typically scheduled at your annual organizational meeting. Occasionally, there'll be a conflict that you didn't anticipate with those dates, and then it requires board action to adopt another regular board meeting. So in advance of when you want to hold the next regular board meeting, the board would have to take action to add another regular board meeting, okay? On special board meetings, there's no limitation. You can post both the 72 hours and the 24 hours with more notice to the public. You just can't do less, okay? The other thing that's important is there are additional rules. This would never happen in Elk Grove, but there are districts where a majority of the school board might want to have a special meeting and not have a board member be present. And so the law has addressed that situation by saying if a special board meeting is going to be held, that all the board members are entitled to know about it, okay? And everybody that has put in a request to be notified regarding board meetings is entitled to get notice in advance of those special board meetings. So emergency meetings, these are big emergencies. These aren't, oh, I missed a deadline kind of emergencies. These are crippling natural disasters, acts of God, activities that impair public health and safety, and the majority of the board have to determine that prompt action is necessary to avoid the disruption, essentially, of your schools, of the ability to open up your schools. So these are very serious situations where you would be able to use the emergency meeting. If you have that circumstance, floods, fires, think about what Southern California just went through. If you have those situations, the requirement is 1 hour's notice, and that notice can be done by phone and by email, and you have to document all the newspapers and social media and other types of media that you have in the community that you're going to have this emergency meeting. Okay, I'm not going to go. So where can you have board meetings? Can you have a board meeting at the superintendent's house in the backyard of the barbecue? Yes. You can have a board meeting at any location within the jurisdiction of the school district. There are some unique exceptions to that. If you were going to another school district to interview somebody, there is an exception to that. You still have to post and go through that whole process. Or if your legal counsel is located in another location and you have to go meet with your legal counsel for a deposition or some other activity, it's possible that you can have a meeting outside of your jurisdiction. The other possibility is if you're engaging in meeting with local or national officials, that could be another exception to these rules. Very narrow exceptions to the rule of holding it within the school district's boundaries. You can hold a school board meeting at a high school. You just need to keep in mind that whatever facility you end up holding that meeting in should be large enough to accommodate your typical audience, has capacity for public comments, and for you to take minutes and do the things that you need to do. Okay. Agenda requirements. So sometimes this is a hot topic under the Brown Act, but it's how do you describe each agenda item on your board meeting agenda. So all that's required is a very brief description of each item, and those agendas have to be posted in a public location outside of your board meeting doors, also online, and in an alternative format to accommodate people with disabilities who need that alternative format. Generally, 20 words or less for an agenda item is what's required, and members of the public may request that items be included on a board agenda. There are rules for what those items can be. They have to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district.
They have to be something that hasn't just recently been acted upon by the school board. There's a number of different conditions and rules for that are both in the ed code and the government code, and I would consult your board bylaws. If you're new to the board, I would read through your board bylaws, the 9000 series, and also your governing board handbook that's going to have more information about placing items on the agenda. Okay, remote participation. Just briefly, the standard ability to attend as a school board member remotely requires the following. This is the general rule that's been in place for a very long time. You have to provide notice in advance of when an agenda is posted. So for a regular board meeting, 72 hours. The location where you will be attending from, so let's say it's your home, needs to be on the agenda. 72 hours for a regular board meeting, 24 hours for a special board meeting. And members of the public are entitled to come to your home and make public comments from that location. That is the traditional teleconference remote standard for attending a school board meeting remotely. Now, for the next several months through the end of this year, there are other ways, but it's for emergencies and unique just cause situations where people actually have a qualified disability or some other condition that meets the law that's in place through the end of this year. But it's very, very limiting. All right. So what happens if you get to a school board meeting and there's some new topic that needs to be addressed right away, but it's not on the agenda? So acting on non-agendized items. Somebody from the public brings up a topic and you want it addressed immediately. Those topics can't be addressed unless it's literally one of those crippling disaster situations, floods, fires, earthquakes, very serious things, a pipe bursts at a school, something very, very serious where you need to take action. So that's really important. Those are the emergency situations, subsequent needs, or held over items. So you're holding a board meeting tonight, you adjourn because it's midnight and you guys can't go on. You might hold over an item from the agenda and hold a special meeting to continue, or re-adjourn your meeting, and there's a process for doing that. Those would be examples of talking about non-agendized items. The other thing is, as a school board, you can just briefly refer somebody during public comments who brings up an issue. Let's say a parent or a community member has a complaint about something. The school board president can say, the person that we recommend that you reach out to is Superintendent Hoffman if you would like further information regarding that topic. So a brief referral. But again, refer to your governing handbook for how you handle that in this district. So this is something that sometimes this is controversial, this slide. And what's controversial about it is what are public school board meetings. A board meeting is a meeting of the board in public to conduct the district's business. It's not a meeting of the public or a town hall or a press conference. So it's really important, and Elk Grove is really good at complying with procedure, calling for motions, calling for discussion, listening to public comments. School boards sometimes go wrong, and you see it like School Boards Gone Crazy, where the public starts talking directly to people in the audience. What do you think, Joe? That's when things go sideways. So you just need to be really careful with that. It is lawful to place limits on the length of public comments in your district. You typically do 3 minutes. In your board bylaws, the board president, together with the board, can make a decision. If there's 200 people on a topic, the board could limit the amount of time collectively, for that topic, or they can reduce the minutes per person to speak on a particular topic. So instead of 3 minutes, you can say we're going to give everyone 1 minute, or you can say we'll take public comments for an hour and then we're going to stop. The board has that discretion, and you can use that discretion during a board meeting and make decisions based on that, and that's also consistent with your board bylaws. Okay,
This is awkward and uncomfortable, but you're used to it by now, I think, which is members of the public can criticize the school district, procedures, programs, people, everything you do. It's their right to do that. You can't silence a community member or a member of the public that's making public comments if they're staying within that 3 minutes. Where that changes, and I'm going to go to disruptions, is where that public comment is of such a degree, whether it's threatening physical violence or there's a case, a city council case, where a member of the public came up to the podium with a large bag of trash and threw the trash on the ground and created a big disruption. If there is a disruption, the school board has various processes in order to quell that disruption. Depending on the degree of the disruption, the school board president can clear the room of all members of the public, keep the media, if they're here, in with the board, and continue their board meeting without members of the public. If it's a single person that is engaging in, I am not going to stand down, my 3 minutes was long since up, the board president is required to notify that person one time, and if they don't stop, a second time, and if they don't stop, then they can expel that person from the meeting. Hopefully that doesn't happen. You don't need to do that, but occasionally people have very strong feelings about things, okay? Very highly fact-specific. If anyone threatens a public official, a school board member with physical violence of any type, there are also other types of restraining orders and things that we can assist you with. And definitely call 911 if it's in the middle of a meeting. Don't forget to do that. Okay. There's a lot more in here for your reference, but I'm not going to go into it specifically because I want to save some time for questions. But the other thing that's not covered in here that you need to be familiar with is the Public Records Act and also the Brown Act when it comes to materials. So if I walked into a school board meeting and I was going to make a public comment, and in addition to my public comments, I had some sort of a statement that I had typed up. And I walked up and I handed each one of you a piece of paper. The public is entitled to whatever's on that piece of paper. Or if someone in the audience emails all of the board members about something that's on the agenda, it becomes a public record. So let's say someone is saying, you should vote XYZ on that agenda item, and sends it to all of the board members. If there's a Public Records Act request because there was a beep and everyone looked down at their phone and someone in the audience said, that was interesting. I'm going to request all texts and email correspondence and posts sent to the board during the school board meeting. That's a public record. It's also part of the Brown Act that anything that is shared with you during the meeting is disclosable. If it's shared with you in advance of the meeting by the district, unless there's an exemption under the law because it's a closed session item or a confidential student record or confidential personnel record or confidential litigation matter or something related to real estate negotiations. Very limited categories. If it's given to the board ahead of time, it's a public record. If it's not exempted, if it's given to you during the meeting, it's a public record. So just keep in mind that everything that happens on your phone, on your laptops, on your computers that's related to the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district, you may be creating a public record in any of your communications. Questions about that?
Email is evidence mail.
E should stand for evidence mail, yeah. Okay. No secret ballots. This doesn't come up very frequently. If you're in closed session, a lot of what happens in closed session stays confidential until a certain point in time. But there are certain votes that are taken in closed session that have to be reported out right after you walk out of closed session. And when you report that out, even if it happens in closed session, you have to report the vote, how each individual person voted, unless it was unanimous. So that's important. And then everything that happens in open session, of course, needs to be clear to the public how each one of you voted. So you can't like mumble or whatever. If it's unanimous, that's easy. But if there's
some yays and nays, those have to be recorded in the minutes, and the public needs to be able to see that.
We also have to, we can't abstain.
You can't really abstain. There's only very few legal instances when you can abstain. You can't abstain because it's hard. This sounds like me talking to my daughters. It's hard. You can't abstain because it's hard and you don't want to weigh in. You can abstain if you have a legal conflict of interest, not just a perceived conflict of interest, but it is a true conflict of interest. And in those instances, I'll work and you'll work with Superintendent Hoffman to determine whether or not you have to get up and leave the room and how it is communicated to the public that you have a conflict. It's a very serious matter to have a conflict of interest, and it has to be documented. So you can't real time spontaneously say, I abstain. If you ever are in a situation where all of a sudden you see your child's name is on a consent item and you clearly have a conflict of interest, that would be a good time to request that the board president consider a break so that you can go over to the superintendent and decide what needs to be done to legally not engage in a conflict of interest. But for the most part, you can't just abstain. You have to have a legitimate reason. I sounded very mom-like just now, sorry. All right, closed session. So closed session is the law that allows you to meet behind closed doors, and you can't identify when you get to do that. The law identifies when you get to do that, and it's mostly for the good of the public, right? So we've been talking a lot about how the meetings are intended to be transparent and open to the public so they can see what you think, see your deliberative process, and see how you make decisions. But there are certain instances where the law anticipates that it's better for the good of the community and the school district that that be done in closed session. So real property transactions. If you're holding an open session, a meeting where you're discussing what a fair price is, it's going to convey to the other party those possible terms and parameters that the board is issuing. Litigation, again, confidential, can be done in closed session. Personnel matters. Employees have a right to privacy in California under the California Constitution. Labor negotiations, similar to real property transactions. And public safety. There's been new law, 2715, that allows you to go into closed session regarding cybersecurity issues, because that could interfere with essential public services or impact public buildings. So now, not only can you go into closed session, but certain people can join you in closed session, like the chief of police or the attorney general. Or I can't imagine the governor would come down to Elk Grove, but it is possible. So there are certain people that can join you in closed session in the instance of a cybersecurity emergency. So you know that old-fashioned saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? What happens in closed session stays in closed session. I always say this expression, there is no greater need, not food, not water, not love, than the need to share a secret. I don't know why that is, but is this human need to share a secret. You're going to have to go against your natural human desires when you're in closed session, and everything that happens in closed session has to stay in closed session. It is a crime to share things outside of closed session, to say, I know how Board Member Moore and Board Member Baldwin voted on this topic. That is a crime. So please keep in mind that even though it's natural to want to share what happens in closed session, it is illegal. It's illegal for your cabinet members, and it's illegal for you as board members. Okay? There are times when what happens in closed session has to be reported out, and it often depends on where you are in a process. So, for example, this is one that happens all the time. If your district team is involved in negotiating a resolution of some matter, a legal matter, litigation or due process matter, student matter, employee matter, you do not have to disclose that right after your closed session meeting if you've given parameters on how to settle that matter. But once that matter gets fully resolved,
and someone requests, through Public Records Act request, a copy of that settlement agreement, they're entitled to that settlement agreement as long as it doesn't violate other rights, like a student's rights to confidentiality or an employee's rights to confidentiality, in which case we would go through and we would redact those portions that are confidential, but maybe we would leave the dollar value in or some other information in. There are other times when you do have to report out specifically during closed session. The board took action to not accept the appeal of a uniform complaint regarding XYZ matter. And the identification of that matter still protects the parties that are involved, but you do have to report that out. Okay, so Brown Act enforcement. So unfortunately, this is a law that inadvertently gets violated. There's a lot in terms of criminal law about intention and other things, but it's just very important to understand how do these things get brought to be addressed. So Brown Act violations, they could be addressed by any member of the public. A member of the public can send a notice to the district asking them to cure and correct their perceived impression that the board has engaged in a Brown Act violation. You know, dear school board, on this date you met in closed session. I think you were talking about my son or daughter, and you took action to do X, Y, and Z in violation of the Brown Act. It wasn't on the agenda. You need to cure and correct that. So that's one way it happens, where you get correspondence that you need to, at a subsequent meeting, cure and correct that Brown Act violation. And if you don't, they can go to court. They can sue the district as a whole, and they can recover attorney's fees if they're able to prove their case and costs. So that's one way it happens, where individual people observe something that they think isn't right or wasn't done correctly, and they could start this process where they demand that the district fixes it. If the district doesn't, then they can go into court and sue the district. The other way it happens, it can happen through law enforcement. District attorney could be involved in prosecuting a school district, or a grand jury could be involved in investigating the school district and making findings regarding the district's conduct. Ultimately, in those cases, there could also be an award of attorney's fees and costs, and there could also be an obligation for the school board going forward that all of their closed sessions are recorded to ensure no violation, and that there is an outside governmental entity that are reviewing those closed session audio recordings. That's the reason, I'm going to leave on that point, that's the reason why you shouldn't be audio recording or video recording anything in closed session. That's just a pro tip. You get into big trouble if you do that. Okay, now's your time for questions.
Yes, board members, questions? Wait, do we need? Yes, let's, Ms. Ballerini, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Mr. President, we do not have any blue cards on this item.
Perfect. All right, now, board members, any additional questions beyond what you've already asked? Susan? Ms. Davis?
When you're talking about remote, like I'm going to be scheduled for surgery sometime in the next couple months, and I'm going to be off and not able to walk and stuff. Does that mean I have to allow people into my home if I'm doing it remotely?
So for purposes of qualified disabilities, there was an attorney general opinion on that topic, and there is an opportunity for the public to be involved if you're in that situation that's unique from the just cause or the emergency rules. But for your purposes, it would be important to work with the superintendent, who will work with us to make sure that we comply with that attorney general opinion from early last year.
Seeing
Thank you very
none,
much.
thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
All right, last item of the evening, board member and superintendent reports. Mr. Superintendent, anything?
I do not.
Great. Any other board members? All right, seeing none, we will adjourn this meeting at 9:01 p.m.